did all that and she forgot to unmute the goddamn game? She's a bit silly sometimes, honestly. She being me. We would have had a grand old opening to this one, but I guess this is what we're going for in our, hopefully our finale episode today in Greatest 22 Resolve, part of the Greatest 22 Chronicles collection here that we've been enjoying for goddamn so long. I am very, very excited to hopefully get to the ending of this game today. I am pumped, I am excited, and I hope people in our Twitch chat are very excited too. You in YouTube land as well in our highlight that we make after the fact. Thank you for tuning in. We are, like I said, hopefully this is going to be our last one of Greatest 22, and we're going to go for the ending. Yeah, I invite you to come along for the ride. If you end up enjoying this video, do let me know through the usual ways. Leave a like and comment down below. If you want to go further with your love and support, you can hit the subscribe button, you can hit the bell as well. All of that stuff is super, super duper helpful, and you can join in for future videos that I put on here in the future. Right. Like I said, we were pumped for the last time out. Because we finally put somebody under the cosh that we feel like is needing to be put under the spot, because they have been pulling the strings the entirety of the way through this story here, and we are going to put them to the sword right now in the courtroom battle. We've learned a great deal about the true way it went, how our dearly departed fish and chip lover actually met his end, and who was responsible for such, and we dealt with them, and yeah, we finally managed to put who we are gunning for at the end of the day. We finally managed to put them to the sword, and hopefully we will get them done in by the end of this run. On the most important session, we messed up the title screen music. Yeah, that's me, not you, that's me. That's absolutely me. So we join the next session of the trial here. We've got a Maria, we have Eugene, who we just summoned to the bench, and Barak is still there, of course, who was very recently acquitted of the thing that he was originally there for, but now we have this extra bit here where we need to put our true culprit to the sword and get them to slip up, confess, and squirm like a baby. We will see. But in the meantime, let's get on with it. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikitoba, lecturer in forensic science at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And, Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gorey, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yeah, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Yeah, poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Hey, some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. God, that sound! I don't like this strong art. Stop it. I remember you, Dr. Mikitoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long time, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of his autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Ah, hate that. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Ah, he has no idea, does he? I don't think he does, anyway. I don't think he realizes that Strongheart is kind of a bit, tight in the britches, like blood rushing to his head, maybe right into the brain, not to his lower extremities. A bit headstrong, because, like I said, we're trying to ping him on everything that's happened and occurred. We're trying to get him to squeal, and he's like, still trying to be like, I am the one with authority here, you will respect my authority, like Cartman once said. But we will get him. He's desperate to bury this. Exactly, yes. So he's like, I'm going to say what... You'll still say things truthfully, but as soon as you say something that I don't like, yeah, you're out of here. That is a subtle reflection of the current state of affairs nowadays, but we're not going to talk about that anymore. Anyway! Oh, dear me. Anyway, first testimony of the night. The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy reports having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication! Nothing to suggest fabrication! Professor Mikatober! Are you certain about that? Well, nothing I could possibly identify as such, must I swear to in testimony. Ah! Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No! He freely acknowledged it! I swear he did! Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. Ugh. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. At With this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth just rather eludes, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrific, horrifying crimes!
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Klinkvensix, suffered a different fate. Yeah, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, remember your argument strays from the established facts. I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Oh, we are about to step over some boundaries. Some very tentative boundaries, set rather tentatively and hastily by somebody who's very, very uptight right now. Are we gonna do this? Right. Couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy being propagated. Okay. Hold it! Elaborate, please. Hold it! You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikitoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes. There was, as a matter of fact. Alright, okay, the nature of the fatal wound. Not a thorax, not a throat being torn out. But rather just a stab to the heart, and you're to blame. Hold it! Hold it! In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Ah! Do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of Professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigation carried out at the time. But... Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Ah! Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. A true hound of the Baskerville. Definitely. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable. Oh,
Hold it!
hold it! But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Oh, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it'd be different if your mother, Dr. Sai, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh? There's one of her lullabies to sing it to sleep.
She said there was nothing of note internally, but they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
I'll get into that, don't worry.
A beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Please elaborate.
Hold it!
Hold it! What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach! At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitimus quartus of his left hand. The fourth, or the ring finger. Thank you for clarifying. I don't know my Latin, thank you. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains on the lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. All the time you thought the ring finger was the fifth one. Oops. I don't know, it's probably an easy mistake to make. Don't worry about it, Nolga. Also, hi!
Nice to see you again.
On time no speak. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well, everyone. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. And moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years! And that was found inside the victim's stomach! Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotober. Should we read something into that? Oh, well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gore, the removal of historic evidence from the store requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Mr. Asogi's ring added to the court record belonging to Genshin Asogi was found in Lord Clint Van Zee's stomach, allegedly, during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause very nasty scritches. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
Oh, we must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Lest you cut yourself open on it, my goodness.
Shh. should we do that now? Question mark? I think we should do that now. Go ahead, let's have a look. So what can we look at here? Not on the inside, but on the top. Examine the diamond on top. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes. If you were clumsy, you give yourself a rather nasty cut in them, I should think.
Ow! No, my finger's bleeding. You know, Skay, I said that. I said be careful with it, and now you actually are cutting your finger on it, you silly bean. The claws are really sharp.
Oh my, that was very good clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you.
Oh, who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Yeah, look, could it be me because I actually don't like red beans, like the azuki or the anko, like that. So I don't particularly like dorayaki or any of those like sweets like that with red bean paste in. Just never acquired the taste of it, unfortunately. Also the texture of a bean paste just feels like to me. That's kind of it too. Swallowed by the victim as a way to posthumously identifying. Okay, hold it! And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Nasogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie! My father was no killer! Baron Van Zeeks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes! Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. Ugh! My brother, Clint, had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to this lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Oh, poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh?
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use his cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt.
If we can establish that Cosmosama's claim of fabricated evidence is true...
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
She's lovely and dependable. I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Well, I mean, is it kind of suspicious that the ring is clean of any bodily contents? Very, very easily it might have been after the... Like, after they originally stopped and concluded this case. It could have very easily been washed off, but I think the fact that it's very clean here seems to be, like, very extra doubt-ish. A Western style sword transfixing the heart. Go through number 4 again, because this is where he starts, like, hesitating a bit. By beautiful and dangerous evidence, you mean this large ring, obviously.
That's right. Both in the victim's stomach was it had been sliced open nicely.
It was my brother's final move before he perished. An ingenious one to leave as a clue by which to identify his killer. He must have ripped the ring from Genshin's finger with his teeth. before swallowing it to keep it from being retrieved. That was the prevailing hypothesis at the time. But with his teeth? On his arrest, Genshin Asogi's ring finger on his left hand was found to be badly wounded. Evidence of my brother's final struggle against the man. All for this ring? This is an evidence for 10 years? Well, it wouldn't leave guts in it. Well, I don't know what they were like back in the day. Because if it came from the stomach, as they say, you'd surely have remnants of, I don't know, like I said, either stomach contents, like linings, or like traces of internal bodily stuffs all about it, which at the time would have been used to do your identifying with if you had the chance at the time. But yeah, I don't know how they treated their evidence post case at the time. Further on the autopsy report. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document ink corresponding ink. Other superficial wounds indicative of a duel are existing. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Figured out the problem with this like 5 minutes ago, but avoids back thinking. Yeah, I'll do my best to think of it myself here. No internal trauma in the body. I feel like this is like the crux of it, or at least one of the possible things it could be. I suppose what I need to do is actually do my usual confidence saving. So we don't miss out. And get backpedaled or whatever. A wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. That actually kind of corroborates with that. Could that have been just... I don't know, could that contradict the fact that there was no internal... like, no internal injuries? Because as I say, the ring, as demonstrated by Yonosuke, the ring is incredibly sharp. Especially at the floor area here, so if it were to go down the throat the wrong way, you know, it could, like, irritate or at least, like, scratch away or cut away at the inner linings of the throat, and maybe the inner linings of the stomach as well. So does that contradict it, then? Does that contradict something said by any of these? Get the details about this again. You weren't actually present yourself. Mama told the story, you read all the paperwork. It's exactly what's written in the autopsy. Confirmed that. Beside the stab wound, there's no other signs of internal trauma. Nothing of note internally. They found an amazing piece of evidence. As you said, it was the beautiful but dangerous ring. Swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously... identifying it here. So it's something about the ring, and something about the fact that I feel like it's something about how they say nothing questionable at all, or something that something that would lead to some kind of a trauma, some kind of internal trauma of some kind, either in the throat or in the stomach, because of how sharp the thing apparently is. Really trying to think. Yeah, I'm like... You were absolutely certain of no other kind of injury, because if you found it in the stomach, you'd have had to... like, see how it got through in the throat, didn't you? Because if it was a ring of that size and you found it in the stomach, the only way to the stomach is through the throat. So surely that would cause, like, internal injury, so that's... That's probably where I'm thinking, to be honest with you. I think the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm leaning towards this way, because it's only logical. Your stomach's there, the only way to your throat, the only way to your stomach is in your throat, and if something with a sharper claw as this can cause a very nasty scratch, the throat would have been at least irritated, if not would have had signs of injury from the inside of it. Surely, right? This must be it, I think.
Objection!
Yeah, we got it. Okay. There we go. I have to double check and confirm to myself, but there we go. Got it. Objection! The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. Because if there was no internal injury that they noted on it, that must mean either miraculously somehow it didn't scratch the inside of the throat, which is very unlikely, would be a miraculous coincidence if so, or this ring was a plant the entire time. Okay. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Objection! Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's The autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Council. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Oh, look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write that down. So I was right! Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father! I am disappointed, Council. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon me the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using the device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And, Dr. Gordy, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But, Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Murmur, 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 murmur. Da! Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets in late hour. All of a sudden, Dynamite and Pete, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. I was wearing the same clothes as today, as every day since I came of age. Must be very good at laundry then, every single day without absolute fail. It must dry very quickly too, goodness. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah! Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. But, wait! But... Didn't imply laundry. Well... I mean, for the way he presents himself, I assume he has, like, some understanding of decent hygiene. We'll see. Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean... the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Objection! Ugh! You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it! You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Objection! Kazuma! Open your eyes! At some point, nobles only use powder, not baths. There. Then again, I wasn't alive back then, so I wouldn't know. Yunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Ah. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Sogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion that you should have arrived at many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart being in this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Objection! Thank you, Yunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial might very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma! What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole! Which we will get to after he says, I beg your pardon, and we'll get to when we come back from a break. It's time to run one of those right now. This is why we're in our usual hourly ad break, Twitch people, so use this time if you want to take some time to take a bit of a quick break or do some important business. This is on you to do so. If you're in YouTube land, we will not have a break. We could have the highlight as per usual, but please feel free to quickly pause, take some moments to yourself, and make sure you're taking care of yourself during this very long video, because it will be a long one, I foresee. And yeah, we'll be back to see some more when we come back from the break. See you in a few. Weeby, as they say in the chat, Weeby, I guess means welcome back, and welcome back to everybody in the Twitch chat or YouTube land right now, wherever you're watching this from. Hope you're still having a great time watching this. If you're seeing this in our YouTube highlight, make sure, if you end up enjoying this video, make sure you do the things of liking and commenting down below. If you'd like to do some more with your love and support, you can hit subscribe, you can hit the bell too. All of those, super duper helpful, and lets me know that these videos are getting to you, and hopefully you're having a great time with them. Alright. We have... Kazuma has something to say about what Strongheart just did then said. So let's find out what. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Objection! Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Objection! Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for his Miss Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial.
I mean, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric! This court must be shown evidence! What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Why was Genshin silent? After the convict's execution, so did he write that? I'll say, what exactly is in here? Any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London are to be delivered to my son Kazuma in the Empire of Japan. I regret nothing about my chosen path as we de-establish I accept my fate in the foreign land in the knowledge I will never see my homeland or family again. No, don't load. What am I doing? That's what I'd like to do, thank you.
Is it the fact that there is a will here?
Is it the fact that there is a will here, or is there something else across the board? It's the only thing that ties... The only other thing apart from the ring, his own autopsy report, on the Clint's autopsy report, we don't have one for the professor right now. Must be this one, because this is the only thing that directly, like, is with him, so I'm gonna try.
Take that!
Take that! This is the defense's answer to that question. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong.
If Cosimus Foreman knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
If it were me, I'd have persisted my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Wait, did Sato say that? Oh! That could be it! The defense would like to... Enough rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence! Yeah. Let me just quickly reset and get that point back, thank you, so I can have another think about this. So that I can have another think about what else ties... Not its gun. All the way back to then, no. I think I properly gave Karuma an examination, did I? No. Let's give it another go. Karuma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. So yeah, we noticed about the tip being missing, but there's nothing else on the sword that gives it away. Gives anything away, but let's have a look. The tip of the great sword's broken. It's such a shame, It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazu must have really taken a swing for that to happen. A negotiation that would have ensured his all of his possessions would have gotten back.
Take that!
I don't think that's right either. Right. Not thinking too clearly ahead here, but
Take that!
that's where the negotiation was. It was in here. The additional notes of the of this here. To try and cover up the fact that this whole prison plot, jailbreak plot was planned from the outset, and yeah, there you go then. Maybe his silence was to protect everybody but his own, like to protect people involved in it in his own, to ensure he's the only one that went down for it. Yeah. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside of a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan could have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that a jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yeah, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine it would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah!
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison!
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce! To summon the governor of the prison after all these years! Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I, too, would like nothing more than to lay the business to rest once and for all. Rest assured, he would also like that. Oh god, that means I have to bring back my Scottish accent. Oh no. Oh no. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye. Barricade, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip! Oh, was it? Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, right, do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here by court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago. Whoosh! The Professor! We've already been through all this before! A decade ago! And the conclusion was that there was nae anything toward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then, of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did with this, Government Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. But my apologies, my lord. And I'll do it again. There's no dispute in the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court and explain exactly what took place. Yeah, I can read, don't worry about it. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Hisogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Spill all of your haggis about this. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. God, doing the Scottish voice is going to be murder on my throat. Just give me a moment. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to a crime he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious, and I don't like it. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Thank you very much, cause it means we get closer to doing your butt in over all of this, yes? Okay then. The directive came from the prosecutor's office, okay?
Hold it!
Elaborate. Hold it. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Hey, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows it down to who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious!
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. About the convict. You assign the convict to the chief warder vigil and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Go on then, say more, hold it. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? Oh, I'm so sorry, that was a big yawn. Sorry. that's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service had been given similar orders.
Cat!
Hello. How are you doing, buddy? So you don't know who else is involved? Hey, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Oh, why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Two bloody one just got off work and I'm drenched, as in, yep. Feel that. Very much feel that. I'm sorry for all the heat wave sufferers right there, right now. If only the world would do something about it, but you know what the world is like. Anyway, let's continue.
Hold it!
Hold it! Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead-up to that night? Oh, everything went unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believed you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil. Can I apologize enough? No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Mr. Vigil did nothing wrong! Where are his rights in all of this? I swear down. It's weird to hear about heat waves in the Northern Hemisphere. It's always in the middle of winter here in Australia. Yeah, you lucky. You lucky you get the exact, like, inverse weather patterns to all of this. So while we're nice and cold up here in winter, you're having your Barbies and having Santa Claus come in on surfboards. How about that, Coming in on the surfboard of Bondi Beach. It's like that, yeah. If there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecution's office. Do you really know? Hold it! You don't know? But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Hey, well, be that as it may. I didn't ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that would absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was still a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So what's it to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence? All he did was duty for queen and country.
Hold it!
I beg to differ. Hold it! Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Joku to the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. I hate to put this man more under the broiler here, but he just reacted to that. I'm afraid I have to.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kading was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country.
There we go.
Just my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? And to make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah!
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kading, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Cuts! Aye. Go on then. I think we're all pretty confident, not certain, but confident that the higher up was Strongheart. I think we're all confident of this, right? It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Oh, aye.
Hold it!
Hold it! Admitting to the crimes? That's what he had to bargain with, surely. I kinda see that myself. After all, did the prosecution know of conclusive evidence against the Carlier? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Objection! Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right! So what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So, Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Then perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
So the Joker was found guilty, directive came from the office, you're assigned the conflict to Chief Warder Vigil, put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for examining right until the night of execution. I knew nothing of the plot. Don't know if there was a negotiation between the convicts and the prosecutor's office. Seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have anything to bargain with. Wasn't Genshin, like, allowed a few effects in his room, in his cell? Because I'm struggling to remember. Did he have more than just, like, the pen he used to write the pen and paper he used to have the will? Did he perhaps have more than that? Well, first I actually need to do is, confidence save after all of that. Because we got a great number of details found out. I don't think it adds quite up. But yeah. It's either this, but I don't know, or it's the fact that I believe, like, I could be misremembering. He was at least allowed the pen and the paper to write his will in his cell, and Vigil decided to let that slide. But again, did he have more than that? Was he somehow allowed to have more of his effects in his cell? Because I'd be like, bargaining could be very easily done if you had this on hand to be like, yo, do what I want, otherwise you getting cut, son. Is Genshin a normal Japanese name? There is that game Genshin Impact. Is that basically like meaning Gregory Impact or something? You'll have to look it up. I know of... It's probably less common now, but I think things still are. I think Genshin is still used about as a name of some kind, because it means... Oh, it depends now. You're gonna have to get me to look this up now. Bear with me a moment. Without trying to give myself too much away here. Just bear with me. Yeah, I mean that one, thank you. So let's go to that. I am trying to look for... y'all. Trying to go down to the bottom so I don't see anything. Yep. Okay, so we're looking up the kanji. So Genshin, of course, can be written, if you do it in kanji, Genshin can be written with any number of kanji to mean different things. In this character's case, the two characters that make up Genshin, the character they choose for Gen can also mean dark or unclear. And the one they use for Shin is... can be used to mean truth. making it a homophone of another character's given Japanese name of Shin. So yeah, Genshin in this case is meant to mean unclear truth, or like dark truth or whatever. Whereas in the game Genshin, I believe... I wouldn't be able to know off the top of my head, but it does not... They write it with different kanjis. They write it with different Japanese symbols, so it's a different meaning. I think the Shin, the kanji that they use for Shin in the game Genshin Impact, I think can also mean like God, something like that. So something God, I don't know what. You think I played Genshin Impact? I don't know that. Quick little about the game says it means candidate God. Like yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, like trainee God or whatever. Yeah, prospective gods, something like that. I don't know, but yeah. The Genshin of Genshin Impact and the Genshin of Genshin Asogi are meant to mean very different things. So there you go. Anyway, let me get back to this. Let me get back to thinking, what the heck do I do here? What the heck? What the heck do we do here? Is it the fact that... As in, not quite a god yet. Yeah. Budding gods, yeah, pretty much. But yeah, is it the fact that... I'm not even focusing on the game right now. I should probably do that first. So I should put myself back to there so I can see more things like that, and more things like that. Dilemma Chattu is just who knows very little about Japan or Japanese. Well, I aim to please as well. It's a learning experience for all of us, really, because I don't know nothing about Japan. I don't know everything about Japan or Japanese, and I've been here for like 2 days from now. It'll be 9 years. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, and I know very little as well, as it turns out. So yeah, this is all like great learning for all of us. We're all finding out new things. It's great. Yeah. He definitely had at least the pen and paper to pen this in while he was in his death row cell. Is this... He describes that as the only weapon he has left, so is this weapon, like, figuratively? Not literally? Because I don't know if he had his sword in his possession either. I'm gonna guess it's this. You had nothing to bargain with, but what about a will and testament?
Objection!
Boom! That's right. Objection! Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on the verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon! And I mean a figurative one, not literally a sword. Avars! The fella couldn't possibly have anything like that! Oh, but you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kading, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper, in the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how could that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely walliga lit. You can't criticize me now. I showed that you're authority that I know, young lawyer. Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the Last Will and Testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Woo! That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document? Objection! Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear the Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just gonna gloss over these obvious reprehensible facts? Is that what you said? Yeah, you did. What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a few vocal people here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw in the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Right. Getting down and dirty. Right about now. The true nature of the Asogi Papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi Papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. I mean, he is correct, yes. That would be the traditional Japanese garb. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied with calling me a liar the once, you wee waffinger? Oh, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? You brought that yourself, Mr. Vigil. I'm sorry about this. Little and large. Punch and Judy. What a double act. We complied with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Hey, and you can't deny the handwriting that it's that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was a man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. I do not need to ask again because I know what you Japanese are like. You're going to ask for it anyway. Yes, my lord. Ow, my cheeks. Every single time I've done this, I'm surprised my cheeks aren't, like, sore with redness. Like, ugh. You attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over the cell. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, that's true, but hold it! So, would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Ah! But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. Huge yawn, as always. Darn it, I didn't get enough winks last night, I think. We'll see. You were found guilty and caught he was doing something with the will in his cell.
Hold it!
Alright, hold it! And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bampot you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you just told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under the supervision of relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ugh, well... The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor can't be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. More like I don't wanna. would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. I did everything, and I don't want to say that I did everything. You're definitely right. Well, the thing is about that will. You looked everywhere but couldn't find it. Alright. Hold it! It was the governor who ordered the search of the will, as I understand. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, It can't have disappeared completely in my face. Aye, well, it's due to the governor to keep everyone working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asugi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Yeah. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. We only found out about the papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. Alright then.
Hold it!
Hold it! And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. And what name was on it? I dinna ken afore and I dinna ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asugi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. So it's that fourth one that's a bit, up in the air. We'll see. Document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, was in his kimono.
Hold it!
Really? Hold it! In Mr. Asugi's kimono? Hey, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yeah, he was permitted to have his personal effect with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword?! Oh, so Karma was in the cell with him. Ah, okay. Clearing up a few things. Karma, the famous sword of the Asugi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Oh, have some respect, Yunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see. Dr. Mikitoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstand, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say that the letters just look like that squirmy mass of jet black earthworms to me. But did it really? Because my man has woken up back there. There is something not right in the foot with this, so I will find that out after we take a break. I've just seen the ad timer. It's getting close to that time. We might as well run it now. So yeah, we're gonna do it now, Twitch people. Ad time is coming up very, very shortly, so we'll take a break during the interim for that. You won't have that in the YouTube video. We'll cut out all our break times and the highlights, but please make sure that you're taking care of yourself. If you need to pause for a little bit and take care of some business, that is, of course, on you to make sure you're taking care of yourself during this long video. And yeah, with all that said, why is Vigil spinning right round, baby, right round? We'll find out when we come back after this short break. So, when we last left off, we need to find out why Vigil be like, you spin me right round, baby, right round. Why has this happened? He's clearly got a thing with this particular testimony here, but before we find out, I'm going to welcome people back in the stream, in the video. Whippy, as I said in chat right now, thank you for coming in and for your patience as usual. I hope this video is very, very enjoyable for you. If it is, leave a like and comment down below. Let me know that if you'd like to go further with your love and support in YouTube land. Make sure to subscribe and make sure to hit the bell too. All of those are super, super duper helpful for me. And yeah, thank you if you do so. Right. So you're spinning right round, baby, right round. Why on earth?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Are you feeling fate, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! Which now we have an explanation. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in the corresponding ink was found. So what does that mean? If the ink stains were on Clint's hand, if they were on Clint Van Zeek's hand, what does that mean? Interesting. So it was Scarlet, was it? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to let it out like that. Oh. He's gone again. Hey, less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Just getting very comfortable in my chair. Just bear with me.
Was it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. We feel bad for Virgil to her. Oh, that was the last thing we pressed. We don't need to press it anymore. Okay, we got a number 6 to press. Go on then.
Hold it!
Hold it! Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness! Is that really what you saw? Sir! Oh, is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? A lot stronger to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Ugh, didn't they ever? You can plainly see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the contents of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruto, you see what I did there? You must present it to the court at once.
So nowhere it's mentioned about scarlet ink. That testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi might have actually had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruto?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Didn't find anything. Ah, jeez, I went too far again. Ah, right. Skip. Yeah, the only other place that mentions Scarlet is in the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It's in the report of Clint Van Zeeks. That's the only other place it mentions it. Right. Get to the last one, and if we have ourselves... confidence save set. Confidence save at this point first, because as always, yes. Always a good idea. But yeah, like I said, if we take a look... It was written in scarlet ink. The only other place where it mentions Scarlet is this part here. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. This makes a connection, at least. If not rebuttal, it makes a connection. So I feel like this is what we've got to do.
Objection!
Hell yes! Objection! Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again! You've no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yeah, it keeps coming back, doesn't it? Something about that, like this is a very pivotal piece of evidence, And there's something in here that bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Just scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I fully admit. But I would hazard to guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Duh! It connects more, thank you, Barrack. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was Clint Van Zeeks. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks! No! What?! Dang!
Objection!
Objection! This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die! That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question!
Lord Van Zeeks!
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until his job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene!
Objection!
Objection! And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Does it go back to the 4 names in this assassination exchange? Does it go back to that? We'll see. Ah! No. It couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom, nobody can attest to have. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
Objection! No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Ugh.
However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss Susato, put me on the spot like this, why don't you?
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asugi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture! What are you getting at, man? Yunosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was, in fact, either defined as a report, an accusation, or a confession. I'm saying, do we have anywhere the details about what the 4 names were? Just here, the telegram. So yeah, how do you best describe this? It's the only thing I have a piece on that one. I'm gonna think it's, yeah, somewhere along the way, Clint caught wind of this secret 4-name telegram for this assassination exchange. And when he was done in, it was then found and absconded with, and then they were able to report that and make the telegram with it. Ooh, I think this could be it. I'm gonna go with report first. I can only be wrong 2 times before moving on, but I think it's defined as a report, right? It seems to me that this was probably some kind of report. Some kind of... Well, remember that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was a well-bred and fastidious man. Knowing the end was near, he probably wanted to tie up the loose ends of all his outstanding business. My brother had no outstanding business. Clint would have a full account written with the instant there was even a hint of something to report. Ah, no, right. I didn't define it right. He must have worn out a lot of pens. In any case, the business report would never be penned in Scarlet Ink, Council. Ugh. I forgot to consider the ink color. The patent that the defense's explanation has no real substance. This line of inquiry is dead. Come on, Yunosuke! I know you! You've seen to the heart of all this, haven't you? Yep. Go for this all again. Yep. Literally all of that again? You know what, yeah, I'm just gonna load that again, just because it takes so much time to get through all that. Even just skipping through all the buttons. Like I said, I can only be wrong I can only be wrong 1 more time, at least. Oh, sorry, so at most. Accusation, I think I'm going to define like that instead. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation? Yes! Revealing the true identity of the professor! Which would explain why Asugi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document. Objection! No! In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asugi any bargaining power at all! Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person? Objection! Objection! No! If that were the case, the 2 men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together! Then your whole argument falls down! Ow. Oh. Can I object to the penalty too? Nope. Yep. We played all this before. Like I said, I can only be wrong only a few more times. At least one more time wrong. Now I know I am going to be correct. So Clint confesses himself to be either the Professor or the True Reaper or something like that.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Objection! Enough. Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asugi at all. No! You can't be suggesting! It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital.
But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature.
If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. This was Pandora's box the entire time. Boom! Yo. My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barrick Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in court! Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he was following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief? It so happens that myself and my colleague have come across such a collar during our time in London. As in, Balmung is the name of a dragon, or Balmung is a translation for dragon. Something like that. Possibly German German roots, Bavarian maybe, I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, we have seen this collar. Yes, we have. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the letter initial B?
Oh my! You know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Oh, why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. One of the Asius guy is a character in Dot Hack.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't know Dot Hacks, so I wouldn't know that. There can be no doubt then. The collar you're describing was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood in the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have come from human prey. So it is true then. Clint Van Zieks really was a professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was the noble himself. And that fell into be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Ah. Ugh! Tell me then! Tell me what Clint really was! Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black root of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Bomb is a mythical sword used by Sigurd to slay Fafnir. Ah, there you go! That's cool. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
The Professor! Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits his atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Ah. Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound in the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. Ah!
So, I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Queen Van Zeek's perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did?
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate.
He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire! Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt that it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Fine me.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then a detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during an autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asugi. Me! Damn. Crooks this entire time.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hasn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma.
Is that bewildering? Kazuma, I'm sorry. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Objection! I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Bannock Venzeeks? There it slips. I don't know how many episodes ago I said that this man is full of ulterior motives. How many episodes ago did I say this? It might have even been before we started Game 2. I might have even said it in Game 1. But I've harbored this feeling for so goddamn long about this character. And it finally comes to light. Boom. Wow. That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What reason?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. The payoff after all this time, it's good, it's a good one, I like this. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I have successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Ah. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess. It was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was for the preservation of law and order across the entire Empire. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at the Reaper's hands were brought into the court anyway. If it was all in aid of keeping London safe... There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from all this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he... Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? Can he really get away with this? Hold it! I have one last question. Peak definition of black and white mana combo. Sure thing. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course. I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubt at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Ah! My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And still are nowadays! That's political, that's topical. And that's as far as I'm saying on that one. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him to be a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeek nor Genshin Asuki still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Objection! Objection! I got one last thing to say. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord! I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I made a point of that where we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is a contradiction? It could be the only one did you suspect him.
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who.
And say, how far back can we go in here? It's the fact that the orange is over the words of only once, and that is something that Van Zieks said. Neither Clint nor Genshin still what they serve. I don't think I can rebut that. I think it might be Van Zieks then, if that's the one that's been the most important.
There we go, I'm gonna drink fast. Thank you. It was Lord Van Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, Yunosuke. Go over it again. Find it! Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? The words of... Clint wasn't the culprit, that was my conclusion. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential, trained to be a prosecutor. It's unthinkable my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. This is a tricksy one. I feel like we sometimes just got to stop enjoying the words that the characters say and actually like think about something now here, because I am... How far back can I actually go here? Claim wasn't the culprit, your conclusion at the time. The third victim was Lord Chief Justice. Himsu recognized potential, trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable. My brother could have killed his friend. It's unthinkable my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. This is a very puzzling find here. Goodness. You think I picked the wrong person, did you? Well, if I did, then I guess we'll go with whatever then.
Take that!
I guess I'll take whatever punishment comes in. Dear me, oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. But there is no contradiction with either the defendant nor myself, naturally. No, the contradiction here lies squarely with you, counsel. Ah! I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. And don't you dare to show your face at my door once this trial is over.
It's going to be very lonely around the Naruhodo dinner table in future.
It's gonna be like that. Those words were said like I made the ultimate wrong decision and the case was just gonna end there and game over.
Not as long as I'm alive, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sure we need anything again to fix the situation.
Oh my, Mr. Zaro. Yes, of course. It began with the recollection about his brother, and Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Where on earth is the contradiction? So I say, what did Strongheart say instead? Go on then.
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Inosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem.
I think I actually probably should have confidence saved at that point, but we're here now.
Neither Click Fantiques nor Genshin Asugi still woke this up. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that had acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in the black ink and left behind by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And while an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Yunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction? With which piece of evidence, I ask you? If he had all of his stuff in his possession, he had the ring. Next time was the ring, the will. just wondered why the Maki headband was wrapped around the Hilton there. Is that to say a thing? Right, if this is the right... If we're on the right character, I might as well do my confidence save here, actually. Might as well do my confidence save here. And, actually, I might as well take a break here, actually, because I've seen the ad timer. It's approaching there. Sorry to be wasting time on this one, trying to think this over, but, yeah, sometimes the things are quite there to think about, but, we'll get there, I'm sure. But after a break, we're going to take one now, run our ads, and, get them out of the way as well, so, yeah. That's what we'll do, Twitch people. Feel free to take this time to do some break time for yourself as well. YouTube land people, there will be no such thing as a break. We'll cut out the highlight for sure, but do feel free to make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. Do a pause every now and then, and make sure you go up and take care of some things and stretch your legs and do whatever else. Make sure you're taking care of yourself in this video. It's very, very important. It is a long video as well. So, yeah, all that said, we will have our solution, hopefully, and we'll move on from this and see where it takes us. So, yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Okay, thank you for coming back. We will hopefully be ready to move on, but not before I just say thank you for coming back in, everyone. I appreciate all your patience as usual. YouTube land people, I still hope you're enjoying the video. Let me know if you are. Leave a like and comment down below. Maybe even consider going further with your love and support if you want to see some more from me and give me the good vibes and the good fuzzy feelings. You can subscribe and hit the bell. All of those will do just that. And I'll be very, very thankful to you, of course. And I appreciate it. Gonna escape to the cellar, gonna play some Switch there. No problem at all, no guy. You do you. Absolutely. And yes, welcome back, everyone. So, a thought occurred to me while we were having our break, and honestly, I feel kind of silly for not realizing this sooner, not like properly reading what the words that say. Let's have a look. What did exactly Strongheart say? The woebegone ring, the two extant pieces of evidence from the time, it had to be something to do with the fact that he was describing what the evidence was, I did think, so I read what those two pieces of evidence were. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in the black ink and left behind by the man. Then it struck me when I read that second one. We have 2 pages of the will. It struck me that I was so silly that I couldn't do quick math. But that is what we've got to ping. Here we are.
Take that!
Take that! This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asugi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-page last will and testament. 2 does equal 3, actually. Yes, what's 9 plus 10? 21. Absolutely. Oh, dear me. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden? Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament? Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. But what? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any, uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't have been sent.
Objection!
Objection! How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Council. Denying Cosima this, how could you? As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. But my father's message! It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once this trial is over. We need to know what it says now! Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue!
My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection.
now. Objection! The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Caden, you will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can't actually read Wareham language. This bit of handwriting is shame on you, Barry. Who? Oh, this beautiful handwriting? Oh, shame on you, Barry. If I could be of some assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
The message said what?
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only your clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father? What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down from generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
Alright, the will updated to have all 3 papers in now. There we have it. Is it okay? Yeah, it's fine. At least, I think so. Yeah, juice is still fine.
It seems there was a third page to it, which contained words to Kazuma and a little bit of a fancy poem.
Which I think is something we need to take take quite literally, I think.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible for the will of the courtroom. However, despite all of that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Cleanfantics tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
Objection!
A round square bottle.
Well, the top is pretty square, but then it's kind of more rounded towards the bottom. There you go. It's just the design. It's just the design of the bottle at the end of the day. So there you go. How dare you! I don't know if twisting the head of Karma figuratively would do anything right now. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I refuse to believe that's on my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appear to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. Objection! What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
however you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo!
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I?
I mean, at this point, thou must. To be honest with you, so we'll just like let it go, and that'll probably lead to an endpoint. Thou must. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
Objection! It's high time that you realize something, my lord. Ah! This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense! What is it, Yunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Is it time, chat? Is it time to do the thing? I mean, for the lols, I'm gonna do it anyway, but if it turns out to be the right answer, then my god.
Take that!
Take that! What did I say, Counsel? If you're capable were my words. Ah! And this evidence clearly demonstrates you're not. You're capable of destroying your own argument. Ow!
Come on, Yunosuke. We know that Asogi-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago, using the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks as bargaining power.
And yet after his death, the document couldn't be found in his cell at the prison.
So, does the fact that it was never found mean...
Could it still be hidden somewhere? Undiscovered after all these years?
My lord, the defense does have that evidence, and I'm ready to present it now. It seems you're intent on more self-destruction. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have if it can settle this decade-old enigma, if you are capable. Yeah. Just gonna give myself that point back because that was purely for the lols. Purely for the giggles. But I mean, seriously. If we're not to take this at face value, then maybe not literally, but it does point to me to say the sword, in this case, is mightier above all, so it's got to be this.
Take that!
Take that! It's not. Okay, it's not. Yeah, okay. Was it twist then? Oh my god, look at that! You can twist that if you get your hands in between. Oh my god, it's in this all this time.
Take that!
Boom. Nope. Come on, I think these are like... These are interesting things that I'm coming up with. Come on, you gotta give me this. Oh boy. What else do we need to twist? I mean, this we can twist, but... Say, it's now the time to twist the head. The thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. But yeah, you can't twist anything else about... Oh wait! Wait! The hilt! There it is! Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use his sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Ugh, it hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh,
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So much that Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think...
Oh!
Look what's inside it!
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Meow! Take it! Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end!
Clint Van Zeeks! And the date! 10 years ago on that fateful night!
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Conomer and nobody knew! The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks!
Wait! Oh my goodness! Look at this! This is unbelievable! Clint Van Zeeks' will added to the court record! The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks that has been hidden inside the Great Sword Karama for years! Genshin Asogi's trump card that he left behind all that time ago. So, mwahahahahahahaha. Let's see. Oh, there's no examining it, because I've already kind of examined it, I guess. Alright.
Take that!
We got it! That's for thanks for notifying me. Oh, I'm sorry, Cass. Yeah, Twitch can be a butt with that sometimes. I'm so sorry. But yeah. We're certainly getting to the head of everything now, I shall say. But I hope you're doing well regardless, Cass. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks!
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Ah! Yeah! Impossible! That can't be! Oh, but it be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. He is a very shriveled man right now in his in his seat of their goodness. My... There's an achievement accolade for inspecting Karama again now. Okay, let's do it. We got free time to do so. Go on then. The Great Blade. Such a thing of beauty, isn't it? Examine the entire blade. The tip of the Great Sword broken. Yep. We read that already. And then... do I examine the tip of it again? Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
And he certainly thought of an ingenious hiding place, too. It seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the tutors of the Asogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness.
Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sort of duties?
Well, I could believe that. Kazuma condoms himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders.
I just got a ding, aspiring Asogi inspector or something like that, I got a ding on Steam saying that probably was it. So yeah. My brother's lost will and testament! Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karama? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. Oh my god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out! Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
Objection!
Objection! You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country! I demand that you hand it to me at once! Why? What are you trying to hide? Ah! Have noticed the sound transmitting that well over streams usually. It's because it's part of like this like inbuilt Steam sounds, I think, or inbuilt desktop sounds, and they I think are still coming through, so it probably is part of that one. So it's not weird to me that I'm hearing it. It's fine. Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Objection! Boot! Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon! Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason! Wolf came through and thinks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as a young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Yeah, we do. Streams that only capture the game's audio fail to capture stream's audio. Yeah, mine's got the entire desktop audio going on here, so it's coming through basically all of that, I would say, yeah. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Inosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives it full support. Very well, then. No! For God's sake! No! Ah! We got him, ladies and gentlemen. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. He almost put smiles on his eyes. Yes! If only! If only! That would be amazing if so. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lords of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. It's Merlot. He's using the wine to ride this, yes of course. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes, at the jaws of the hound I commanded. He's Batman or Robert the Punisher? Both? Something, yeah? Yeah, pretty much, yeah, says Cookie Den. Very much so. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of that beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh my god, we're all the Professor. Are you the Professor? Oh, goodness me. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! It was society all along that let down the Professor. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me. Asogi's a professor, Clint's a professor, Strongheart's a professor. Are there any other professors we should know about? In the corner, just meow. Wakahai, not you too! I love this. I absolutely love this. That the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. Huh? Who could never be the Professor? Who could never be as wicked as this man is ended up being right here? He could never. Just look at his roundness. The roundness implies friendship, and friend means not able to do such horrifying things. Like, surely, yes. Rowlet is a good boy, I'll have you know, and he will stay with me for the little bit. We'll try and make it happen. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. I got the 66 channel points again, so I guess I am the professor too. Oh goodness, not you too.
I love those relics! Nice! I love those.
Oh wait, that one too? Wait, what? Yeehaw on the goose, I love that. They're brilliant. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Objection! Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! Damn. This might be a bit much for you, Rowlet. I think you might have to go away for a little bit. It's getting there. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Just Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Hisogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough! Seishiro, you fool! As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Scream! Ah! Oh, Enoch, of course, Trevor. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Lost! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire! Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this happened, he has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku! Do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Everybody here was Male's freaking lapdog. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried, along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Yeah, he was everybody's lapdog, Jesus. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asugi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? In a big king-size bed. With flame pits around me because I am the devil incarnate. Mwahaha! I imagine. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
Objection! That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Objection! Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led me to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire! Our courts can't function without a Reaper! Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle! I had to hold myself from going with a joke. That is in very, very poor taste, so I will hold myself back. Just translate that into another kind of language, and yeah.
Objection!
We're not going that way. Objection! You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Zieks here who's worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. I like how how do you sleep at night? Yes, pretty well actually, thank you. I like all those, nice ones. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No. The darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you! You little... When will you get through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of that judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that's beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing! No! What?! Ugh. I think we'll see that when we get to later games down in my little series cap. But I think I can allude to who I think I can guess to who you're alluding to there. Yes, indeed. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who acted very rashly indeed. Objection! You can't get away with that! You've constantly preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself? That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. Sounds like a Dark Knight. Lord who dwells in the shadows, right? That voice is doing me in. Sorry. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Oh, he has a point. I think Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, is it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. By fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Nice! This whole country is going to the dogs. I love it. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friend, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation in his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet, he still manages to evade justice. I don't know what we can do.
Shinosuke! It looks like the trial is really gonna come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. This is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. Oh my god, that's a great line. Your time to shine! Yes. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence!
But Mr. Naruhodo! What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... if there was ever a time for using this particular item, we have among the evidence, it is now! Buddy O'Reilly, oh buddy old Herlock Shums, don't let me down now!
Take that!
Take that!
Oh my! Yes! Mr. Sholmes asked you if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth will unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes! Yeah!
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
No, you're looking quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes!
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man! What? We can't get hold of him, Lord! We just go right through him! This is just a scene and a half and I love it.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
But Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yeah, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Right, sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description!
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusted partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being a great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you!
Dearie me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking... Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? The amount of switching between the voices here, I am just like, bloody hell. Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be! I mean, no! Is this some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all? Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. Indeed, by dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling! This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. About the unforgivably distasteful trickery which you've been engaged with over the past 10 years. No! I was merely...
So sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I have so much to talk about. Iris! There you are! In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message! Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, Your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. You go, Queen. Yes, slay, Queen. She definitely did pull the literal,
We are not amused with you.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Ugh. Mummy? Ah! This game had a way with being like that. Jesus. Wow. The court is now on fire. We will continue this after we have a short break. We're not ending. Don't worry, we're not ending right now. I don't go into the pause menu, but we're going to do this after we come back from a break. Join us in a very, very few short whiles where we wrap up with the game, because we've made it, I think. Yay! What in the DBZ is this? I mean, that's a yeah. Hold while the rubble stops simmering. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, hold for that one. Right, gonna take one last little quick break here, and we'll come back and finish this off later. You two people, of course, we will be back with no break in the highlight, of course. We'll cut that out, but do take a pause quickly, because this might take a while to wrap up, but we will do it here. I'll see you back here in a few minutes. I told you that those braziers at the back were gonna be a freaking fire hazard, male Strongheart. I think you best do away with them now. Now if you learnt your goddamn lesson. Right? I'll be honest, I thought of that joke during the interim, just like, wow. Actually, top 10 video games of all time. It's a spectacle and a half, I will say. Alright, but we're gonna get to the ending now. Sit back, relax, and join me for the ride. Here we go. Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will sooner. He would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. So yeah, we did have to take the poem at face value. Like, take it very literally. There you go. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? Oh, we didn't finish the testament? Oh, goodness me. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Varrock, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement.
I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zinks.
Clint.
I thought there would have been a tear in Barry Van Zinks' eyes.
I'm surprised he wouldn't have probably burnt his face with his vampirishness. No, we are not letting that go. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. Huh? These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. Like a well-oiled machine. Like a clock. There you go. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you have killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lords! Yes, I'm back! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. I never was on a break. I really could have used that break. A good foot soap bath. I never was allowed that. Like, confound it. And I must say, I shan't forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Finally, a normal-sounding gavel, yay! The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the effort of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago... excuse me, I'm burping. I had the faintest of intimations. That if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was to finally know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zinks!
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me to study and become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, the GOAT himself, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, what a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there, it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. One last ow, so that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. To the what? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. I have to go now, my planet needs me. Goodbye. That's a bit that in. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks, not guilty! God, I feel good when I say that. No, guys, we just got rid of the freaking braziers at the back. We don't need fire hazards in the form of fireworks now. God, these guys never learn. They're not gonna learn. That is all. Court is adjourned. Now I shall take my foot bath. Jesus. Are we allowed to say? 4th of November, 4:21 PM, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato.
Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well in that case... I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Dun dun dun! Mrs. Otto, everything seems worse. He's got a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Oh. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Cosmo-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if we were here.
Kazuma!
He's beaming too, look at this! Mrs. Otto, again? There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my! And he really was here!
Lord Van Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Cosmo-sama...
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. And what's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Huh? Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. What can the second of these final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin.
Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yuji, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. And she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. Oh, my goodness! I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then.
That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But, tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense! Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah! So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it! I imagine that in this final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust.
I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful!
What's in my mind right now is something. It's a buzzing thought. It is inescapable. It is not leaving my head, but I'm gonna let the game reveal it for us.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend.
The thought is buzzing even more, but we are going to let the game reveal. If it is going to.
I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes? He has a heart of gold. Really? All that can be said is that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I had come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikitoba? In other words...
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikitoba.
Oh!
That's right.
Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Iris?
Oh, I had no idea.
Ow!
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the beehive of my trouser pocket! Hard! Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? God, I'm gonna have to be switching voices again. Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you! You see what excessive talking can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures.
Rita! Susie!
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate! And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too!
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old. Again.
There, really? Oh, pooh!
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely! You promised now! I won't let you forget! Bye for now, then!
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
That was nothing! Just come back home soon!
Ow! Oh, one final kiss goodbye, was it? Flustered by his niece! My daughter! Niece! There we go. That's a question. That's a Crash Insanity reference, and I had to fit that in.
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo,
allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. But wait! Lord Van Zeeks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Yunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
Oh, we must! But thou must! Yes, yes indeed.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
It is time to choose. Steel thy resolve. 4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes Suite. I'm home.
Hey!
Ah!
It's about time you got here. You've been waiting ages, all day.
What are you doing with that colourful piece of history?
It's the party, isn't it? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. And when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next big thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. Oh, you really must hear this. This is quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose this fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in this cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Yeah, not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back in the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, you there! There you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, do come and take a seat. Tight if family boots! Goodness! Is that really true, Gina? Yep. I'm losing my coppers clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Oh yes, that reminds me. I rather forcefully offered to relieve the bailiff of his now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch!
And the crown's been reattached!
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh!
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear, I'll find you down and bring you in kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to,
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. I?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Harry, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. You can find it out what became screaming and what. Yeah, I know, right? Nip that in the bud, please.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Harley? Aww. Yeah.
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Mikatoba. Yes, Jones? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. So? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. Oh, you old softy Jones. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Harley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, Returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home, too, with my greatest family.
November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. And there it all is again.
This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell.
Naruhodo? Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yeah, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of? Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Ah!
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville? If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based off my notes from the time. Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. Oh. It was the only case Shom's and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Shom's and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript to my post to Shom's for safekeeping. So, you did all of that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Shom's had told me how astute she had become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think that at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzaru-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes! That's what I am now! That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have! A resolve, you would say! Yes! Very well then, I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
She heard it all! Oh no!
Bevis. Gonna preemptively start snoozing some things because this might still take a little bit. You're a pretty great attorney to Naruhodo's resolve. Boom! Yes, we are. Suzaru-san!
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
well... from the parts about Iris's real father, I think.
Oh, in other words, from the beginning. Great.
So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted with you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I already knew that it's what you decide with Naruhodo-san.
You did? Suzaru-san?
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me.
After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Suzaru-san. Thank you. Days later, it's time for goodbyes. Oh no! 7th November, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside.
I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'd do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the presser as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. No, that's not a goose.
Susato-san.
Oh, there's anything from it. Good. I can rest my vocal cords because I don't know. Honestly, will I get done in for this? Because honestly, bubbling a little bit. We'll see.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
He's here, isn't he? Oh my goodness!
Ryunosuke.
There he is!
Kazuma!
Hey!
What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Nice.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Take care of Karama.
Karuma?
Oh
Why?
my. Oh my, why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
There's a problem with this. He has a second sword. That's all I'm gonna say to that.
Of course
dear.
I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
As a prosecutee? Oh, goodness me. Yeah, we're still fawning. I can't blame y'all. I can't blame y'all.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san,
Oh, yes?
the path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Oh, she's choosing now? She wants to be with me instead? Huh?
What?
Huh?
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Ziek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
And that's why she did some business. There you go. Yeah.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Can we scratch that incompetent word, Susanna? You are brilliant. Be kind to yourself, okay?
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
She wasn't gonna take no for an answer in this one.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Whip whip.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Duh. Oh, I see exactly why. This is a pact.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
It's a shame that Konami still has the edge of the blade still tipped off. That's such a shame.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Oh dear, indeed you
Right.
are.
I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying there, yeah. Like chinks in armor give it like the distinct like history and background and characters to it. I see what you mean by that, yeah, to be fair.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
A brief parting. But only if you bring Iris here, I'd be delighted.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
I was expecting objection, but okay.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Hey! So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Oh, here it comes.
objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
God damn it, Ace Attorney, this is gonna be so hard to top. It's gonna be so hard to top this. Holy shoot. Wait, barely scratched the surface. Wait, I'm expecting... Am I gonna have voices to do? Yes, I do. Okay, right. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and wanted the promised close-court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Oh dear. Yeah, you two, don't worry about it. No problems at all. Like I said, I was bubbling. I was on the bubble, Jesus. Anyway.
I gave it a note to Harry the other day. He just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Harry cry. And I gave him some lotion and invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Huh. Oh, God.
Give me the wrong impression. I live my life one of the days, like, almost 30 years, something comes to the series. Like, come on, it'll happen. I'm sure it will. In some way or another. Just not in the way you expect, maybe. We'll see. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future. Everyone just came up so good, Trumps there. Like, yeah, it's gonna be so hard to top this the rest of the face today. Come on now.
Gina, Debbie, the boss listened out for me, you know. And I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's clear to load this stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he... You know. Gina, my sweet!
You didn't deserve that. You're the one who found it and then did the... Ah! Oh, here we go, Brexton.
Gina, the truth is I'm not the understanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You remind me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as I say.
That's all I got tonight is just... Missed an opportunity to give Gina some fish and chips. She will take it. She will take over that fish and chip like role. I imagine. That's what happens to the fish. Oh God, it's you,
Your Excellency. This man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Objection. Objection! Oblique of a statement overruled. The minister has been detained in prison anyway.
Who is this catfish counsel for the defense and women are forbidden to enter the courtroom? Really? My face is standing in the British courtroom all the time. I'm doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. The cat's all over him.
So good, yes.
Needs to keep all of the chippies afloat in London. Yep, Gina's gonna do that. Let's keep the memory alive in some other fashion. Oh, here we go.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hear my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Yeah, she still needs a mama. Even though Mama did some bad things, she still needs one of them. She's only like diddle until the end of the day, Maria. Oh, it's German, man. Oh, here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. Oh, but what have I done? I was so excited I picked a splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Baruch, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Oh. A little medley going on all the great music tracks in this game. Just, love it. Loving it so. Oh, it's a spells.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand at the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we to spells would not do. Shush.
To spells is privy to their secrets at all times. Definitely. Hey, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
Everyone calls me a pepina, and I'm still in the spaghetti. It's more red than in my head.
Hey, everyone's call me... No. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Davy, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Are they really? Just person's a favorite design. It is a very peak, like, mysterious, witch-like person, yes. It is a peak one. No wonder the Capcom Cafe made a specialty drink for her, honestly. When I was accepted onto the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care. Just don't get any more chips in it, please. That's very proud and very well-made Japanese steel forwarded 10,000 times, I'll have you know.
I've made some tea, Naruto-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents are being recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Then she goes, mic drop. Because she said the title. Absolutely, let's go. And the full picture on the side there. Yay! Oh, and they still kept Waka high! Oh, my word! Yay! Game is... Ace Attorney is going to be hard to top this. I feel like we've already started with peak. I feel like we're already there, my goodness. Alright, for Twitch people right now, we're going to be running our ad break here, but we'll keep the credits rolling because you need credits, really. All you'll see is like the people just rolling by. So I'll see you after the ad breaks for people that are going to have them now. But yeah, my god, it's going to be hard to top this. It got difficult in parts, I definitely do not doubt that, but it's... get me going with such, like, amazing, like, developments of all the peoples in it, and yeah, just a lot of fun stuff. Also, yes, I did see the cats. That was great. Also, what is it that I heard about the lead actors of at least for Yunosuke and for Susato? What did I read about it like not long ago? I think somebody posted an article like snippet from something that Janet Su actually wrote about why, what was it, Mark Ota and Rina Taka something or other, I can't actually remember exactly off the top of my head, but those two actors getting their roles for Yunosuke and Susato purely because we want to keep along the line, we want to keep the... wanted to have somebody of that descendancy in the of that heritage, that ancestry in the voice roles. Like they wanted proper Japanese people to be doing the voices of them, and that was a choice made willingly. And honestly, wouldn't have it any other way. Just like listening to them do their talk right at the end there, just like, yeah, that's absolutely how I think they should sound by this point. I love Horace's little walk there, it's so nice! The cat comes with us, yeah it does! Yeah it does! There you go, okay, Janet Su. Specifically choosing the lead voice actors that she chose because they were originally natively Japanese, I believe, off the top of my head, or at least they had like a lot of heritage in their families and such. So it just made sense for them to be the voices. And honestly, yeah, absolutely brilliant. I'm not done with all games in the franchise this set, currently missing Investigations 2 and Ace Attorneys 5 through 6. These two games currently my favourite. Like I said, it's going to be so hard to top this. I will enjoy the rest of the series, I am sure, in some fashion, but feel like we've already made it to peak, and I am looking forward to seeing everybody else that I know be a good friend alongside with me. Oh, go on, Eugen! Look at him go!
Look at him go with those schmoofs! With them schmoofs! That's so good!
He's about to come back with this again. No bonking, Seishiro. Don't bonk me, please. No, 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 no. Yes, clap me. Because we clapped you for sure. Yes, we did. And back with the final moments here, and the final parting ways with Kazuma again. Is it gonna do the? They're gonna do the cross swords again. Yeah! Might as well get a new game before you're done with your marathon, so maybe we'll get a new peak too. We'll have to... It's on Capcom. It's on Capcom if they decide to surprise us at some point, but honestly, there's only very, very small rumblings and nothing concrete right now. If they do, I'll be on board for it for sure. Many of my friends will be on board with it, absolutely. But we'll have to just wait on that fact. And back home. This is a very there and back again, isn't it? I feel that. The greatest thing to resolve. Who is Finn? He keeps putting his name on the end of like so many things, like films and games. Who is this Finn? I don't know who he is. The risen resolve for completion of the final chapter. Damn. Did it. And a great piece there too. I love that. Well, what we just enjoyed was pretty amazing, wasn't it? I'm gonna highlight around about here as well, just to give myself a bit of a break in that way as well. But yeah. What we just watched in our stream, when I did this on the broadcast, was the special trial sort of presentation video that they made where the ancestors met each other and they had good talks about like all the big events that happened around about the 2017 times, and they were celebrating the release of Great Ace Attorney 2 and that kind of thing, and yeah, it was a very, very fun time. The meta humor in it was brilliant. We loved it all. That was about 10 minutes. Yeah, it might not be in the stream highlight, but yeah, this is something you can access if you have this yourself. So there you go. With the rest of the stream left, that's about an hour. Yeah, that's going to be a long time, isn't it? Everything else I'm going to save for myself, in all honesty. Oh boy, but like I said, yeah, this start here to the whole chronology is going to be so hard to top. The entirety of both of these games, they had their difficult moments, we soldiered through, but I just think, yeah, the entire overarching plot of everything just made it really good. People argue that you should really, if you're going to do this, it needs to be both games together. You start with GAA 1, you go to GAA 2 straight away, don't leave yourself like time in between to do any other race in between or do whatever else, but yeah. I can only imagine what that time period was been like then. They ended with GAA 1 back in like 2015, and they had to wait until 2017 to get like the continuation, because I definitely feel like GAA 1 had lots of unresolved things. And then to wait 2 years for the next game to like tie up those loose ends, that must have been torturous. So yeah, we should do, you should do both of these games directly after each other if you can, to get the best out of it and get the all overarching plot for it through. Like I said, we soldiered through it, there were some difficult moments for sure, but kept on board with the great presentation, great artworks, great little animations and such, all the quirks, all the amazing characters, the amazing story, just the entire setting was really nice, and I have no regrets about any of this. Like I said, the rest of Ace Attorney is going to be a challenge for it to top this peak so far, because this is already a very strong start. But that is going to be it for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. it is time to then move into the more modern times, shall we say, into the current sort of timeline, shall we say. Yeah, someone may still have longer episode. Yeah, for sure, definitely. But yeah, as I said, we're going to be moving in our next session in the Ace Attorney chronology, starting where it all began. The very, very first game that ever came out. Part of the Ace Attorney Trilogy original collection. We're going to be starting in Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. It's going to be the next thing that comes up, and I am looking so forward to that. It's going to be hard to top this, though. We'll see if it can. I'll enjoy it, I'm sure. But will it top GAA? I don't know. This is a pretty big peak, let's say. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The music, the designs, the quirks, and some of the puzzles were great. Some of them we had to struggle through, but eventually managed to do it, and I'm very, very glad we did. So, yes. Yeah, you're getting your ideas there. Good, good, good. Okay. But for now, we're going to have to close this highlight here. It's already been so long, I know. Thank you for sticking around if you have done at any point during today. If you'd like what you see, here, don't forget to do the things people in YouTube land. To leave a like and comment down below. Check out the links in the description for all of my social feeds down there. If you want to check me out on things like my social feeds and the Discord server, it's all down there. And the link to the Twitch stream as well. Come and join us for these live streams. They're a great time. As hopefully all of these guys can attest, shall we say. But yeah, if you have missed any of this in our Twitch lands yet, of course, we'll have the VOD of this ready in a week's time, so do not worry about that. We will get you sorted with that. No problems whatsoever. So yeah, come back to Laura Petalville channel in a week's time, unless it's already ready for you to view, and enjoy it back from there. I know I will. It's going to be great to see all these back. But for now, the Greatest Attorney Chronicles are closed. We move into modern times, and next time we revisit the Ace Attorney universe with the start of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Very pumped and excited to see where it all began for our dear boy. So yeah, that's all I said. Thank you so much for tuning in today for this long old show. I hope it's been brilliant. I hope it's been enjoyable. If I have improved your day, then lovely. I hope I get a chance to do it again some point soon with whatever coming up next. But until then, please stay and stay awesome. Enjoy whatever we've got coming up next. And thank you for choosing me for a little part of your day today. I appreciate it so much. Love y'all, everyone. Thank you for joining. And with that, take care of yourselves.